I lost track of time. It's kind of sad. Kind of lost track of time. Need to do that. Figure that though. Where do I begin? Normally, I don't care really. No, actually, it was like, yes, apologize for the late. Usually, I'm right on time, but I forgot something because I was like, yeah, I'm gonna prep some stuff and then ask. So it's like, well, plans according. What can I say? If my everything in that happened, it made sense. Because I'm just trying to prep things on multiple streams or screens. And it's like, I just put this up. Some of those things, can you figure out how you want to lay it out as well? Because the guy clearly is not. Because this is actually an interesting story when it comes down to it. Because the thing is, do you ever realize when you watch the creator grow, not really from their infancy, so to speak, or when they were a smaller creator, they do, and then they betray their absolute principles. So sad. I was watching Eric when he was still what, very small and doing only music because we happen to live near the same area. The next thing I know, he's bigger. Oh yeah, he does comics, does music. You have an interest. Now I can assume people get older and change within 10 years of their actual content. But it becomes strange. You watch these people grow as a channel. It doesn't make absolute sense. Now, if you're trying to court an audience, especially someone who knows something within their own niche, and it is actually sad because I talked before about normies and tourists before. You also have bad actors in an inherent space as well. These people are here. Now, realistically, every time this argument is brought up, it always damages the creator. Now, if they are inherently not, because you'll see the argument, and it's in a space, it. He did not do well post when this happened. Now, it is interesting, this said creator, and I don't say don't harass the dude. He already has no balls, so it's okay. His girlfriend took him. And I mean, hell, she even shouted me out because she supposedly has 10 years in a game store. Yeah, I so want to see this. Yeah, she knows nothing. Like she's destroyed his content. I'll have to get into that argument because I don't care. You don't shout me out on stream and then ban me in there. You're a dumbass. You don't deserve it. So I said I should have had this all pulled up before. Would have made more sense. Now, the thing to this is, right? Show you a second. Now, there's an argument that is because as I do follow 40K as well as Magic the Gathering. I know Magic because I buy and sell it. So I have to be aware of prices in the market. And I have been. And it's very concerning. See, these people think Mikey is very dumb. And I'll show you through his tweet history because he has been mauling for the last day. You watched a man who you either liked, you did. A lot of us already knew who he was and how he was for many years. The dude is a loser. He can't take criticism either. And unfortunately, he became the bar set standard in his sphere. I mean, like the competitive play. So you watch him. Yeah, but then eventually you can't watch the man. Now, as a prime example, see, he started off by showing this particular article. Now, so again, there's a lot of drama involved in this mess because half these people are really just stupid. They're dumb. Literally just dumb. Now, the argument is, now this website has popped up recently. Wargamer is definitely dangerous. They first popped on the scene, I think, largely about, to my knowledge, when Wizards started broader marketing. They kind of took a dive into Magic the Gathering when they were offered like the 40K cards. I'll have to go check on their site. Because what's wargaming? Wargaming is not TCGs. Wargaming is tabletop miniatures. Now, there's this thing about UC, gender demons. Now, the thing about it's FSM debate, female space marines. Now, the other part about it is it's a debate that can never, it's already won. But they choose to keep fighting this. Now, this article is actually a really good mask off article. There's one more video I should find. Templin Institute. I actually forgot about this. See, some people may not be familiar with, as well as extra, extra credits? At least nowadays in the modern era. I wonder if he still even has this. I know he got that ratioed. Here we go. There we go. Cue this up a second. Because Templin Institute, believe it or not, is actually usually be a good creator as well. Ignore me as I just do this. So, these ideas of these people are, it's not that they're wrong. A hobby changes and grows. Because it's not like a game like I played for years of Destiny 2 torpedoed its own lore by shipping Osiris and Saint 14. And I could show that entire cutscene. And you gotta bear in mind, it's a game meant for kids. You torpedoed your own lore because people can't have a bromance. But then again, the creators of Bungie who do Destiny 2 are not the same that worked on Halo. That is people who aged out or they utterly disappeared. Now, the infamous extra credits video is kind of the reference, right? So, here you are. Yes, this is a very famous video that no, where's the actual original video? Yeah, he didn't realize that he caused an entire issue when he did this. So this is the infamous extra credits video. Evil races and bad game design. Now, when Peter Jackson relaunched Lord of the Rings, this was in the 90s, they tried to equate orcs to black people. That's how far back it goes. Tolkien meant orcs were black people. Now, if that makes your brain hurt, that attitude quickly spread. Harry Potter, do you remember the Dobbies? Or goblins? Goblins are Jews. See, this argument all started very small. And I promise you this loops back in. Because this has been a narrative, even back when, like, what is it? They have, like, the whole argument versus Dobby. Harry Potter, they said the elves. Like, they said something about them. They said that was, like, a mischaracterization as well. Now, this video is very infamous. Now, if I show you the comment section, it goes down. See, 2 years ago, right? Jesus, how long ago? Yeah, 2 years. So, it's hard for a lot of these people to conceptualize stuff. In 40K, it led into it, because at this time, he calls himself now Extra History. Huh? He used to be called Extra Credits. But I guess this was after, let me see if there's any recent comments on this. Because he took an L, dude. Like, see, yeah, 2 weeks. Because this was a very infinite video. Infamous, sorry. So, it's a video that's often referenced. Because this video in particular, right here, now, as well, was guy from Midwinter's Minis. God, I almost called him Midwit, because he definitely earned it. Was a very well-respected creator in his own space. And this was 7 months ago. Now, the idea of gatekeeping is very interesting. If you gatekeep too hard, a hobby doesn't grow. But if you gatekeep too little, your space is destroyed. If I said the average age, Watsy just did a survey. The average age of a Magic player is coming out to 30 years old. Yu-Gi-Oh! Was about mid-20s last people checked. And you ask why this is. Is this because of the price or the type of the game it is? Is it the nature of the game? Do Gen Z not want to play card games? It is a very well-established fact. WotC has been the only profitable sector of Hasbro for almost 2 years. Going in from 22 to 23, Hasbro, it was going in was Q3 of 22 to Q4. There was a massive drop off. Magic had like a 20 or 30% drop in sales. This was actually post-COVID. Also, bottom ad sad releases. Sets weren't buying or selling at all because they were that bad. EV, or estimated value of a set, was absolute dog shit. State of the game was one of the absolute worst. But people say, yeah, but they're making money. You're making money in the short term, but you damaged your product in the long term. Hasbro was downgraded twice. Once in late 2022, early 2023. Hasbro had 2 layoffs in 23. One was 10% of its workforce, followed by another 20%. The original team that sent the pitch to WotC and Hasbro for Baldur's Gate 3 is no longer there. WotC teams have been locked in place to their projects and overworked to death for the last 2 years plus. They're not getting any relief. And all they're doing is moving around people from insiders. That's from an insider article. This is not going into this year, but someone's going to go, but Lord of the Rings Magic set was very good, top selling. Let me counter that. It was top selling because of a $1 to $2 million card. That's a one of one. The One Ring. That's it. And the special serialized ring. Now, these, once the set was gone. Now, you ever want to see it, by the way, this is it. It's a $2 million card. One of one in the entire world. Put into every normal booster for Lord of the Rings. This was chased by sports cards collectors, people who weren't in the hobby, and everything around it. This was the second announced Magic Beyond set. Let's go with D&D Beyond. I'll have to get in that in a minute. This was like a needle in a haystack. No one knows the story on how it was found, but it got found within the first week. Now, the other parts of this card, these cards, once this was found, there was a mass return on product. Now, there is another aspect to this. Okay? There are these. Now, serialized cards in Magic. Because I'm explaining this because Mikey is a dumbass. So is his winch of a fucking girl who can't even do shit. I don't care if it gets back to her. You don't call someone out on stream and expect them. Did I hurt your fifis? I'm generally a nice person, but this is very toxic. By her being her own behavior. Build up to that. These were in there, in collector's boosters. I asked people around me, okay, where were these found? There's 3,000. See, this is Lord of the Rings. So there's only 300 rings of these, of the foil serialized. 900. These things are, because serialized cards, because there's this concept in Magic, people sit on boxes as collector's items. Sealed boxes sometimes retain value. That market has kind of collapsed because if your EV collapses, why do you want them? I knew of somebody local who opened up maybe one of these. Because I asked, maybe 1 in 200 boxes. Someone found one of these. No one knows. Like, these are the soul rings. This is how you could find it. Now, this was the Great Hunt. There was a return on product once this was done. This led to an absolute collapse of the Lord of the Ring card market. Entirely. It sucked all disposable income for nearly 6 months of people. The return in the set only has 3 or 4 cards, maybe 5 people want. Commander decks are unique. It's all unique artwork. And it's not even lore accurate. Now, this set had a lot of blowback from it because of many reasons. And because the 1-1 ring, sports cards investors, now I have something here you got to think about, right? Someone says $150,000 bounty. No, the original bounty was $1 million. So supposedly someone said they would. Now, everyone's familiar with the famous Black Agorn. We knew about Black Aragorn 2+ years ago when they announced Magic Beyond. Because there was 2 sets announced. Adult sets, but one's Commander decks. Was $40K in Lord of the Rings. Now, these are the things. Like these rings right here. Yeah. Don't even want to know. I would be really shocked at what they go for. So what they say, one's 9.5. You're never playing with these. That's interesting. That's 10. Well, that actually, you're never going to play with it. 9.5. Wait, I want you to notice. What's the rating you think the 101 ring got by the Premier Grade service? A 9. Now, this was also a stock issue. Card stock issue. See, here's one. Here's a, they say this is a 9. The 9 dwarf ring. Is that dwarf? You see the wearing? Right here. And that's PSA. PSA. There was a quality control problem with this product, too. Now, if you don't believe me, you could bargain buy Lord of the Rings set right now. We're not even into, I'll check those out later, but the collector's ones. The prices themselves are, it is a set that, for the most part, has no estimate. Its estimated value is all but trash. Now, maybe it's picking up. Okay, these right here. Okay, the story on these is these have been soft pulled because a lot of what's in Lord of the Rings are considered is there's also a holiday bundle. Okay, a holiday bundle, a special version that are the scene cards, which are, you will look, some of these are lore accurate, some are not. What color were the Easterlings? And by the way, what color were the Easterlings in Lord of the Rings? Does anybody know? Dark skin, because it came from the south. Hmm. What do you think they did with the Easterlings? White people. Now, before I get called weird and someone says I disagree, two reasons. You were never going to reprint these cards in the first place. Tolkien Estate owns this. These will never be reprinted, just like the 40K cards. Lord of the Rings is a prop, is that. Now, what did I show you? Look, how many flavors of hobbits do you think there are in this set? Now, before you blame this, you can blame the artist. See, these are still high, because these are one of those ones that break rules. You can have more than 9. See, out of this set, there's probably like most are bulk rares. Every one of them. Orc Bowmasters. Arguably one of the best cards printed in the last couple of years. The One Ring is another. It's really close up to getting banned. $1.99. So a pack of Lord of the Rings is roughly like $8-ish. Somewhere around that realm. A lot of these, because all these other art frames come from special. The One Ring, which is unironically a very good card. Glam Ring. Problem is, a lot of this is stock issue. One you could look at. This is kind of like a stock problem. Unique. See, this is utterly unique. Mithril Coat. Mithril Coat is one of those cards. It's really, really good in its own aspect. Still used. But, granted, it's a mythic and a rare. Highly sought after. Sure. 75 cents. Unless you're going to go these. Because these are a lot CEs. Because you might see these. What are these? That's like collector's edition. Only boosters. Here. One Ring. $80. Exactly. And ironically, a couple of really good cards in this set that do. But do they get played? That's actually a question. One Ring. I need to buy one of these eventually, but getting $80 together to justify one is like... Yeah, see, this is part of a very pulled line of soft hard pulls recently. That have been pulled. Yeah. Get the idea. There's roughly maybe 5 cards in this set that retain value. And this is what dumbass Mikey doesn't get, nor his chick of a girlfriend. He's only been in a hobby for 10 years. This is bargain prices, okay? This is a very good card. I'm actually surprised. I need to remind myself to buy a set of these because these are illegal. Which I might. Which I will have to do. Not a choice. Because there's still cards I need from here. Last March at the Ents. See, Last March at the Ents is actually a really big one as well. So, realistically, when you get to these narrow, they're really popular, but outside of it, even everything is bulk. Let's go to the lands. Lands, even of that. Rare land supposedly sees a spike within the last year. Oh, what paid for some of these. Okay, I paid $1 more. Like there's a special Minas Tirith in the holiday. This has been roughly about the same price. This is about the same price I paid here. Grey Havens. I think roughly. See, I've been on a hunt for one of these for a while. May have to pick a play set of those up because those are part of the dioramas. Because the appeal of this set was to appeal to the novice collectors, because no one had an idea what to expect. This was a big set, and it led to one of the biggest returns in the year. The holiday special scenes, just to give people an idea, they give the artwork itself, because you can look at a lot of these here, right? This is where you can look at the entire artwork. You have 30 flavors of each Gandalf as a different artwork, by the way, different skin color. So is this white Gandalf? Looks white. Yeah, there you go. Let's see. Let me find Asian Gandalf. Asian Gandalf is right here. Let me see. Asian Gandalf. Oh, look. Asian Gandalf. This was very divisive in the community. The artwork is all over the place. Black Easterlings. Now, does anyone remember the Rohan daughter? Do you remember Boromir? Let me see. Boromir. Oh, there it is. Boromir. Where's Boromir? Be easier. Oh, look. No Boromir. So, yeah, when they race changed. So, remember Iowan? She got turned. She was a ginger. She got turned to a black woman. Well, let's check her dad. Yeah, this set had a massive issue. There's Saruman. And look. Black Aragorn. Yeah. Nah, you know what's funny? Magic players were like canaries in the coal mines first. We all suffered. Okay? We all suffered. There you go. We was kings. Yes. We was kings. Theodonin. There you go. Do you remember the iconic King of Rohan? We was kings, yes. We were kings. Strider. Now, for one reason. Because Wizards, this isn't the first controversial decision they were doing. This is a highly the second. Because following Strixhaven is a prime example. You look at the set of Strixhaven. The set of Strixhaven was like a Harry Potter school from Magic. So, what did they want? Post Ikoria, which has like Godzilla monsters. They made Godzilla cards. Alternate arts. They wanted Harry Potter. But this is Wizards we're talking about. The creator is not good. J.K. Rowling must cancel her. They knew what they were doing. All these artists were told to not draw Aragorn as he was classically. See, this is a better image right here. Now, this is a dictate from Wizards. It's very different. But this is modern Wizards we're talking about. A lot of these were bought because of the artwork. See this right here? This. There was so much chase in this set. So much hype. Because this was the only set of its... This was the first set of its kind. These were meant to form a battle scene. These form a scene. Right here. These do. That does. These are just the alternate arts. And these are the box toppers, which are more rare than the others. But these are all the flavor of it. So, it pains. But this set, after the One Ring was found, was largely kicked back to the void. Of course, you could find it here. I think it's like, even though it's taken about 2 years, 40K cards are still rare, but they're the only, rare 4 decks. You find bits and pieces of them. I mean, I don't know. This artwork's jank, to be honest. It doesn't go well with this set, though. Gandalf is different, right? So this version of Gandalf, it looks like an old black man. This is Gandalf the White on a horse. Looks classically Gandalf. And that's very sad, by the way, considering Gandalf the White. What is that, Gandalf? Yes. He was very expensive. I guess he's settled down. Let's look at the different flavors of Rosie. There you are. Roughly the same. Surprised they kept her a ginger. But as I said, there's like 20 flavors of hobbits. Remember the hobbits? There's your little Asian hobbit. Nowhere near racist at all. Yeah, as I said, there's about 30 flavors of hobbits. You know, it's really just not even funny at this point. This is a set that's largely gone to bulk. It's forgotten about. Now let me show you this. This is something. So I one time asked a Wizards artist, "What did you ask to draw?" I mean, it's funny we asked. So each kind of different here. See, this is one of the other big ones. Here. Elves, right? Humans. You have black humans? Humans outside of the other lands were mostly... That's not really lore accurate, is it? Now, I'm going to say there's a version of this one. Write my own words here. I swear there's a version of this one that is... Here we are. That version. See? Dwarves. Halflings. Very diverse. So I knew that thing existed. My point is, if someone talks about it, they don't understand about this. Sealed, right? Let's look up sealed. Sealed is very much. This site's a little higher, but I know what the actual buy rates are. Collectors are still 400. Butter boosters, 150. They're out of stock, obviously. It's these right here. Okay. These largely have started, I forget which one it was. See, the one that has Menace Tirith, two of these, one of these is on an absolute hard pull right now. Forget which one. The one with Menace Tirith is soft pulled due to its product damage. One of these, the one that got hard pulled, had a 29.7 return rate on Amazon due to damaged product. It reminds me. So I might need to buy that right there. Great starter, by the way. Considering that is like a $15 card right there. Yeah, unfortunately. This is how you start in Magic. You don't, by the way, fun fact. Since hobbies, right? How you grow. You usually either buy something or start it. I kind of wish, because I ran into this issue. Let's see. Sauron the Lidless. Sauron the Lidless. So you start off with a starter deck. That's a great little thing one time. Sauron and the Lidless. So what? $25? The main rare is $10? Huh. Out of stock, by the way, may I add. What's the other one? The other one was Galadriel. Not the best. But definitely. The value in that deck is more. That's actually how you start. And those are actually meant, I think, supposed to be 2-player starters. But this set largely had a return rate. Now, clearly, they did this set. See, we were coming off, let's see, 2022, right? Jumpstart had issues. Brother, so this was June. This was early, Q1 of 22. Right here. Very good. So one of these were dark time sets. Let's see, that set. This had some good value. This set wasn't really well received. This set had issues, but it was a premium set as well. An Affinity didn't. This was kind of a fart in the wind. Now you're talking Wizards largely had 3 bad sets on their hands. This one, I mean, this is well received because this brought people in. But people did not like a lot of this era. Like you're talking in the COVID era. A lot of these boxes. Jumpstart 22 had a scarcity problem. Dominaria Remastered is a weird one because it's a giant anthology set. This set largely, like Dominaria United and Brothers War, both fell off. Except for big cards. I'd say this happens. A lot of sets. This was a lull period. Still during COVID. 22, right? Prime example. That was short printed. So much so. Let me see. It's reflected. It used to be reflected in the values. Because you notice how a lot of this is out of stock? The out of stock here. Out of stock. What is that? It's not even different artwork. What is that card called? Is it Boneyard Dragon? Boneyard? Boneyard. See, exclusives to this set are largely very expensive. Some Boneyard Dragon. See, this was special artwork for this set. It's good to know. I need to keep my eye out on that one. That one, I mean, I collect dragons. What is it, so to speak? It's my little niche hobby. But to quote someone I will quote later, who didn't think I have decks, I have a deck that would destroy his deck 10 times over. I have Dragon, Calio. Yes. Yeah, it's actually good artwork on this. So I may have to order those. Just for the sheer rarity point. And plus, it's a good card in general. Because the card I was looking for. Yeah, see? One Reaver Demon. So there's like one Reaver Demon. Slips me. Tree of Perdition. Why? See, there's sometimes you ask questions. Values, what people do. Because what keeps these values are secondary market as well. God. See, that's a worthless card. Strangely enough, the fact alone. Blood Tracker. We'll find it though. And that's not surprising. But there was a couple of things in here. But you see, they're very rare in stock. And it's not an artificial scarcity. How times change, some stuff is here. But to reiterate my point before someone says I don't know what I'm talking about. So this set, let's circle back around, because these creators don't know what the stupid hell they're talking about. Constructedly, you had to play with this set because it was in rotation. See how well some of these hold up. Yeah, she's still holding strong. I've wanted her for a little while. She's come down a little bit, but she's still high. Yeah, most of this set, it's actually still a really good archetype. Soldiers are. Strangely enough. It is actually really. Humans or soldiers is actually a really good deck. And I expect it to stay strong for a while. I was actually shocked about this. I actually ordered one finally. But these stayed out of stock a while. Like, these here are probably a really good ones. But see, you would think in a normal interest of a game, these would be flying off the shelves being at this. Competitive wise. Because what you have to work with. But maybe it's not discovered. But the prices for these sets to buy sealed. So let's see sealed prices on this. 164. Look at that. That's bottomed out. Okay. Bottomed out at $100. These were shipped. If they had any in stock at all. This was dumped. Brother War was dumped. What was this, November 18th of 22? Because remember what I said? They had a whole collapse of their market. This is what Mikey never got. And when you see the image of him, you will understand. Unlike this set, and ironically, these two sets both did well. I mean, highly broken cards. Phyrexial will be one. Attracts a Grand Unifier. Now, don't let some of these prices fool you. Some of these are really, really good cards. These I like. Okay. Then again, I am a sucker for special cards. So, Phyrexian language. It actually is. Becoming the lore. See, some of these started off, because this set started off on a lull. Which, by all means, a lot of these still have a lot of value to it. Attracts a Grand Unifier, of course, is up there. It's a staple. Mother of Machines has settled at $25, but of course they're out of stock. Interesting, because this artwork's only in the collector's edition. Strangely enough, like they're out of stock of this. I paid $27 for mine. I did not pay this. I am happy about that. These are always going to be hard to find because these are. But the thing about it is, this is a set going in. Both of these sets were long-termly impacted. Before I get told, before I'm told by someone said, I don't know what I'm talking about. Now, this is news to me. I ironically bought 2 play sets of these. Reasons, magic. Third's more valuable in the end. But that's a spike recently. Murex right here. These are just reissues. But, as I said, not gonna. Because these are pretty good lands right here. Art's good. Everything's good. This kind of dropped off. This dropped off a little bit. See, leading in. Now, Wizards made a mistake, too. You had Tales of Middle-earth that sucked a lot of money out of the market. You either had a choice to get this or get this. This, just like the year before, was the premium creme de la creme of the sets. This was the set Commander cards were getting reprinted on, which has been driving Magic for nearly solid 2 years. First time in history some of these have been reprinted. Whew, I better order that because that's going to go out of stock a while. That's likely. Rare card of its kind. Every turn card exiles itself. And it's very similar. Portal 3 Kingdoms is a set I like. Because it was considered a starter set. But it's based on the romance of the 3 Kingdoms. Unironically has very unique cards. See, some of this has dropped, but a lot of these retained value, the big cards at least. But you're talking about an overall drop in value here. I mean, I kind of remember this reprint leveled out. But you had a choice in this set, or you had a choice of Lord of the Rings. I knew of a lot of people. This set was also the first set that the Ur-Dragon has been reprinted. Ur-Dragon got to almost was at $80. It only been printed once. I hate when the site doesn't update. The Ur-Dragon. See, so the concept is the Ur-Dragon. Oh Lord, you are being a pain. Was it also had one of the first. This one. First time this had been printed outside of its Commander deck variant. This got printed last year. And I guess you can buy the basics now for like this. But she wasn't as high. Id, Traxa, and another. Both have. But this is a separate problem. There really are reprinting a lot hurting, but it hurts sometimes if you reprint these too much. This was a demand thing because you did not have another one of these. I think the foil variants of this were like the last ones, like here. Just to give you an idea. I got mine for like $70. So, these are the only versions of this card. This was the only version of the card for sent till this set. Just to give you an idea. Now, in reality, actually, I take that back. This was the other one. If I ever find one. If I ever find one. Secret layers are really hard to find. I'd have to go hunt for it. It's like the last portal dragon I need is Zodiac Dragon. Now, this set was that. Now, unironically, it has held up. It had good quality. It had that. Wizards lost on Lord of the Rings. But they didn't lose on this set. They did not lose on this. This is a weird product because this is cut DLC from this. Because this was announced. Think of cut DLC from a video game. We often ask questions, but why wasn't this was definitely cut. It's all cards that are part of the set. 50 cards. Call what it is. Murders a Kharkov Manor. So you had Wilds of Eldraine, and then you had, strangely enough, was it Lost Caverns? Lost Caverns, yes. This is the next really big product coming up. This is a huge, huge one. Which, like 40K, but it's my own spec. This was Doctor Who. They did mixed on Wilds of Eldraine. Wilds of Eldraine was the first rotation set. Now, this is the Doctor Who set. The only value this set has is in its reprints. They lost on this set. See, this is a reprint right here. This is a reprint. It has unique artwork, but it's a reprint. This is about the third time this has been reprinted. And it's funny, I've seen some really scary stuff with this. This is here. When is this? This has been made 3 times now? 3 times, roughly. But largely enough, this set, outside of the reprints, no one wants it. I mean, if you want the special artwork and you believe the thing, does it have a lot of flavor to it? Yes. Is it modern Doctor Who? Yes. Very huge departure. This is the wokeification. This set was very interesting. Tennant's Doctor kind of looks like Tennant. Some of these people look the same. I mean, the 13th Doctor looks very similar. Let's see if I can find it. What's funny, it's really sad. A lot of this set's really interesting. Skull to Cultiscaro. These. Very cool theme, by the way. In this set. I would say less for the artwork, right? Some of it, Missy. 13th Doctor. I don't know why they're so hard to find. See, this is the 11th Doctor. See, some of it is like people who like Tennant's Doctor. Yeah, like they were really good. I mean, I still want to know the lore reason for this one. We're never gonna get it though. Hey, but screw new Doctor Who. This guy was actually a really good master because the master always does. So the 13th Doctor is a set largely, but it's eaten a lot of crow and has actually taken a hit. And this was released in October. Now, arguably, Lost Caverns was the last set, but this set hasn't taken that much of a hit financially. That's back in stock. It's been out of stock for weeks. But arguable is Blood Letter. Yeah, it's still holding strong. But a lot of this set you could order in bulk. Believe it or not. And this is sad. This has been the state. You have sets. This set launched opening in bulk. Now, let's show people this. This is just my speculation. This is a set I'm excited. We don't know if this is a set or commander decks. Or just both. Very 40K vibes. And they're true to the lore. They are not screwing with this. Ever. This is just the previews for this, by the way. We don't even know the full artwork. I can guarantee you that card's going to be broken. I'm assuming that card is... They're pulling from... that's going to just be broken-ish. Because when you look at, like... let's go look at 40K. Brings in lore, right? When they did these crossovers, they actually nailed it out of the park. It looks good. People want them. This is the 40K crossover. This brought certain 40K people in. This artwork cannot be duplicated. These cards themselves will not be reprinted as they stand. See, Bloodthirsters. Very much interesting. That's losing value now. But that was the strongest for a while. That's till the Demon Tribe comes back up. Means I need to put one on the order list. The Surge foils of these are rarer than the original. Well, Surge foils were absolute. brings me to my main point now. So, this dumbass said, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Them losing value, them getting downgraded twice. This is what it does to a game. You have a period of dead product. Okay? Now, Mikey here is a dipshit. He's north of 300 pounds. I was sub to this guy from pre-8th edition. Now, I don't know if people could hear this. This is the one. This is how he starts the video. Go over this. Now, does someone see how this is problematic? This man was beloved by the community. I'm guessing because after this came out, it was found out he cheated on his first wife. Or is married, that she had a kid with him. They had a kid together. Hey, I would love to see the ratio, the dislike. Because I know the dislike was like triple, maybe. Like, this is something that, if you ever look it up, is the moment that midwinter, and this I'll have to get into with when I talk about Mikey's numbers, and I'll be very curious what happens. So 8 months ago, he did this. But in the same thing, he had a whole thing sponsored by World of Warships. World of Warships is, look, you can play as Nazis. You can play as Germans. That's different. Because largely there was a story that came out. And now I could probably find it. There was one guy who was a member of the Spanish like fascist party or whatever that is. They called themselves over there. Went to a tournament. Called himself the Austrian painter. Dressed Mimi with some iron crosses. Because the Spaniards have a massive issue in some of their political systems. He was basically equivalent to a Spanish neo-Nazi. Clearly an outlier. GW took him seriously. And then said, we disavow Nazis in our hobby. I want you to see. Look at his views he was getting before. His views tanked. Okay. 4 months. This is a tanking. This is what happens. I mean, this is okay. This is cool. Some people like this stuff. And you can say, oh, that's Hero Quest. No one wants that. See, she was the woman he was cheating with. That's the problem when you learn too much about your creators. Now, previous. So the topic, right, that these usually sometimes die upon is female space marines. See, Mikey has been in the game a while. Okay. He's been in the game a long while. Let's see, when did he start his channel? Does it say? 16? Yeah, I have been sub to him for that long. It was almost 16? Yeah, when is that? When did 8th edition release? When did it release? Because he started his channel 2020. I had been watching him since 7th. Pre-7th, actually. It's the 7th edition. Yeah. At least 2018. Like, I still have Valorant, but Valorant's your bargain. What was it prior? Preceded by 7th. I started watching a lot of these creators, roughly. Yeah, I started watching them 7 to 8, so maybe 17. That's when he started. Yeah. Valrak, Valrak's his own meme lord at this point. So this is why I like. He's more Yuri. He's that weird, like, competitive, but you're also a milquetoast. He also does a lot of clickbait. He's been doing this for like months. Now, I'll get into her in a minute. This is him on. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, I was actually in the chat when he talked about this. I wasn't pushed back as hard. Okay? This particular stream, when he did this discussion. This is a difference in 7 months. Nearly 8. You torpedo Wahhabi. So, this same energy, he's jovial about this. A lot of these people aren't here himself. But I'll state this. He also outed himself as weird. See, a lot of these people, right, they have the whole idea if you're not a member of his channel, you're an outcast. And this is very dangerous and very deadly to a growth of a channel. Now, realistically, see, he doesn't understand it. Now, realistically, if you don't drink his Kool-Aid, I would arguably say it. Now, oh, by the way, he's a Blood Raven fan. Blood Ravens were invented for Dawn of War. Now, I think the issue itself is this is when they don't realize this. They don't realize the gig is up. Let me see there. Let me see, there's a video here. Let me see, it was in this list. Oh, yes. There was a Warhammer panel with a bunch of women at one point. She and here it is. Asmagon member said it was. They showed. I think Hattie was here. So I forget which one of these was the current one for Midwinter Minis. But she was there. Which, unironically, is... See, now take that same energy he has. Now, see, I would occasionally catch it. So, he is sponsored by GW as well. Okay? It's kind of sad in a way. Like he's been trying to branch out, so to speak. He decided to basically do this. He's usually a very chill person. Then he does this. Because this article came out. This particular article. Now, I knew Arch was going to talk about it, but this is just in 4 days. See the same energy. See, Templin Institute, by the way. Hold on a second. So, Templin Institute is a tourist. He wandered into it, and he tried to make the argument for female space marines because they're not lore accurate. Like, you look in these comments, a lot of people are tourists. Some of them did. It's very much the case. Should go over this because this article, right here. Now, he's an advocate. Before I get into this, my own personal thoughts. He is of wound of gender, specifically whether or not should it introduce. Canon-wise, you can't, because it makes no sense. But almost every other faction in the game has females. Every single one. This has been. It's because Space Marines can only be created from men. Now, it's because Space Marines, unironically, are the poster boys. Which, they're not even, they're literally transhuman. They're not even human at that point. They are so augmented. Selenesh is he or she. And ironically, that's very interesting. Now, let me see if I can find this. Dick now, by the way, I've had an argument with him before. He outs himself roughly as a person, right? As he hates Sargon of Akkad. And that's fine. You don't have to like Sargon. Now, I already have some of this time stamped. So, he does 30 minutes intros. So, hold on. Where was this energy? Do you remember the good energy he had before? Okay, do you remember this? This guy here? He'd been hearing the same. Not everyone's green names. There was a big drift, right? So, it's all cheery, talking about Warhammer Fantasy. Or the new Warhammer Fantasy. Oh, I didn't catch this before. Oh, I did not catch this. Because I missed like the first 20 minutes. So he mentioned Arch. Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. All right. Little history here. Arch is not very well respected in the community. Even though Arch organized the pushback to Warhammer is for everybody. Now, this statement has been used as an absolute bludgeon by people for years. Now, Arch led the main gatekeeper. Now, this was after he had his name struck. Now, realistically, it's fine. Kirioth is an artist. I could care less what he said. You didn't come to Arch's defense while his channel was hacked. That's fine. If you're going to talk shit about Arch, it's very dumb. There was a period you would not mention it. Valrak doesn't talk about him anymore. And he was friends with Valrak. Or Valrak is friends with him, but they can't mention it. Now, Arch organized this. The resistance overwhelmed it, where they had to walk this back. This was his last act of kindness he did for the game. Now, I am surprised he mentions Arch. Arch has a very big voice in the community. The man has one of the largest YouTube channels you can have for 40K and lore in general. It's funny. I have his main site and it's bookmark for you. There you are. Now, let's look at views. You know why? He's actually gaining subs again. This is a man who cares about his passion. He was the largest lore channel next to Luton for a very long time. But he was not, let me see. See, he covered the copyright reviews, Warhammer Plus. I don't know. There was a video after this channel got hacked. He deleted videos. Basically. He poured his own money. But he also separated into a lot of videos. Like, he's very famous for his Badab. But he is not going to finish this series up. He creates his own thumbnails. So, but I forget that. His views, even on his old videos, when you look up lore, actually dwarf a lot of these people. Now, realistically, him and Major Kill, but Major Kill's growth came from COVID era. Don't ask me why. His second channel by far gets more viewers. I mean, if you look at Concurrent, I'm not gonna watch him, but he has 300 people watch him play Hearts of Iron. That's actual, people. And what you're about to hear is he's a fake Norwegian. Which it's always a slander thrown against him. He's friends with Sargon of Akkad. Sargon of Akkad is basically nothing to be mentioned. Is hated in the UK. Let me answer that right here, then, and now. That's false. He quoted a Chris Rock sketch. Someone from Sig Marxism went and took it and lifted screenshots from his Discord. It was a Chris Rock sketch. He never had pedophilic moderators. He used to be friends with Norn Queen Alexa. Norn Queen Alexa eventually tanked her own career on YouTube. She was actually a female creator, but she was proven to be crazy. She's currently living in Iceland, by the way. I've known of 3 people from Norway. One sounds deeper than Arch. Okay. One sounds deeper than Arch. You can judge. Is this a fake accent? I have a question. If people can hear this, is this a fake accent? Sounds very normal. Different people from parts of Norway, it's like a rural dialect. So, I'm actually going to watch that later on. Before I get into it, but now, hmm. See, here's your problem, right? I didn't get into this chat in a while. Nuance is being sworn. So the idea is he's not Swedish. Now, the battle lines have been drawn for many years. You remember that attitude I told you? Difference in 7 months. His hatred for Arch has done nothing but grow over the years. And he has crossover fans with Arch. Same as Valrak does. Valrak supposedly, the saga, at least what we know, is he likes to claim he's friends with Arch, but he isn't. Valrak just lifted his artwork once and supposedly has distanced himself ever since. Let's see, I don't know if it's. He's also a very. 7 months. This is different. Have to do that. Hmm. Mask off. Very mask off. Which. So, push back on that a second. This is the difference. He doesn't realize the loss of hobbies. And this is actually a paid person by GW. He is promoted by GW. Look at the change in the tone within 7 months of vitriol. This has been an issue. This itself. Why does Space Marines FSM keep coming up? It is used as the wedge to penetrate the hobby. as they did Star Wars, as they did everywhere else. Start with gender, get in it, and ruin it. And I know it's a controversial. This is very controversial. No one cares. I've heard this argument before. I don't see myself represented on the tabletop. Oh, you're that tyrant. A tyrant is about to tear into an Imperial Guardsman. Give me a break. How do you play 40k if you saw yourself in every model you created? It's stupid. It's not that my own vitriol, I ignore these people. These people are toxic to your fandom. They themselves, the festering wound that reopens and closes, because it's brought up by Sigmarxism and people. This argument is dumb. It is dumb. He doesn't know his own lore either. I will let him. Just let him. It's cool. So, Primaris or MacGuffin, they're going to come from the Scouring. Love them or hate them, they're upgraded Space Marines. Told by Call to make them. From Gilliman. Apparently a 10,000-year project that they had been squirreled away throughout the galaxy. They didn't go over well because it allowed for the phasing out of firstborn Marines. Now, yeah, love or hate. I don't expect people. My problem is this is second time. Like I don't take when creators do this. And he talks about lore. Lore is part of world building in 40k. People get into the game because they like the lore of their army, the nature of it. As I said, this is when you become an influencer and you're just playing the game for playing the game. He's a competitive player and he doesn't look at anything beyond the realm of the hobby. He goes, oh, Horus Heresy. Horus Heresy literally said the Emperor tried to use women to create Space Marines. Their organs could not take the change. Killed them. A hobby is 90%. It's probably a 70-80% men. I just want you to know, a lot of this chat that's his girlfriend, by the way. Rogue Traders. The Rogue Trader magazine is where 40k came from. It's not official lore. Rogue Trader is always cited It's Rogue Trader. Rogue Trader is what the code stems from. He doesn't know the lore. I don't know every bit of the lore, but I know the main bulk of it. They disavowed a lot because it was very similar to 2000 AD, where they did Judge Dredd. Now, wargaming as a hobby is a niche within a niche of the tabletop. In a store, it is a very limited, usually smaller, started off as historical, and then it kind of went out from there. Warhammer Fantasy Battles is a great example, but it was still mostly men. Mostly antisocial neckbeards. The M2000s. Remember when I was in stores, 40K people were their own breed. Yeah, of course, you had women every now and then. Like the painting, they like the hobby. They don't care about the competitive side. It's like finding a female player that plays COD. It doesn't exist. They're a microcosm in a universe because it's not the kind of game they play. Now, see this. This right here. This is how you spot a tourist. The argument that it doesn't evolve. Some settings do not do really well when you evolve the setting. Ask 40K and its Seek Smell a Dictum. Moving the narrative forward has not helped rapidly, has not helped the game. Primaris, as I said, prime example. Primaris Marines are themselves problematic, but they are the future. They soft retconned in that they're just stronger Marines, so it makes them more transhuman, and they're less human. They don't know how to relate to humans. What's sad is a lot of these people I see in other channels. Oh, but if you don't want to play Space Marines, you can play Eldar, Drukhari, Tau, Sisters of Battle. There's an army for you. Space Marines are just the poster boys. Love them or hate them. Not all women want to play female characters in video games. Controversial opinion. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. One day, because you've known me from working with Gray, we actually did. Shud. They called him Shuds. This is a thing that's been happening in like 2 years. I'm not gonna EFAP this whole thing because this is painful at this point. Because I need to get to the whole Twitter drama because there was a whole drama. This comment, I'm actually surprised. Let me see. He's no longer deleting comments. It was like 20 something comments, and then they all got others deleted. He was responding for a while, that he chose not to. Guess this is what happens when you like you invalidate sisters. Yeah, it's the same. So she came up in the era of Twilight vampires, which is fine. There's arguments. Wrong. So 40K is a game. You can play it at the tabletop. I used to, but tried to, but like I don't have a crowd. COVID was a hell of a thing on the hobby space, by the way. It is also an expensive hobby. You used to do it more. You can't support two things. 5 models are $60. That's not even an army. Literally. You have people who play it. You have a lot of people. He himself was brought into the hobby by the Dota War game. That's why his favorite chapter, is Blood Ravens. Yeah. Doesn't talk about it anymore. So a lot of these people are modern. Now, the lore, the aspect. Decanal has gotten worse over the years. Jesus. Let's see if he does. Because the first one I'm going to bring up is Cliff. Halo Reach doesn't mean anything. Spartans. I'm only going to address this because I have to. This is when he went mask off. He didn't understand what he was doing. I think he did it. It set in. Because he actually. See, I wasn't here yet. White guilt complex. Male feminist. Right? He's saying this legitimately. Okay. Feminist white male, right? So the feminist thing, right? See, Vincent, if you do see this back, I deal with it. But I was only 4 minutes late, by the way. Strangely enough. Yeah, I was trying to have everything bottled together. Some more time. This is dumb. I like being called out by idiots, though. This is because I wasn't banned in the chat initially. So if you're in the gaming side of the hobby, see, if you're going to go that, no, it's a game. It is literally a game. Oh, fun fact. By the way, fun fact. You can create your army and have the lore for your army of whatever the fuck you want. Seriously. Now, this is what people forget. D&D had this valuable lesson years and years ago. DMs or GMs create the setting. Use what you want. You didn't have to put in a battle wheelchair. Okay? You chose. You chose to change your own lore in D&D. You'll see Georgie bring this up. Yeah. I've already established what was happening. This says I want to establish the first part. See, how do you create that's wrong right here. Very wrong. Wrong. The thing about this is I've watched this community devolve. I think he has devolved because of his community. Because he had a pronouns section. Yeah, these people, it's a joke, but it's become an attitude here. So white guilt. That's a lie. There's also a lot of doxing from Sig Marxism. I've seen this for years. Yeah. I am not. I hate him. I am not going through this. I didn't get in. He thinks. Hold on. Lie. Yes. This is. Wolverine is probably in another part of the world. I'm not going through this. I'm in the US. In one of the biggest areas, there was a decline. As it should. This is when he called me out. Now, I, myself, don't really care. Now, let's see. I got my timestamps. A second. I had my timestamps. First hour and 5. 102 to 105. Now, when you fall out of love with a channel, it is a very big thing. 102. So that's Oh. Oh. Mm. So he banned the guy who came into a chat and called him something. Now, I think I got banned by her. Fine. You'll find out here in a minute. Might be in the second part. She let herself slip too. Let me see. I'll just start here. Oh, this was his excuse, by the way. Oh, this was his excuse. Forgot I put this. Remember when he said I don't know my own craft? I said downgrades in 22. I said it was in 22. Sure. Let me address that. What did I say earlier? They were downgraded Q3 because of their performance in Q3 and Q4 of 22. Now, what irritates me is because I had lost value, I have reserve list cards from nearly 2 years ago because of Wizards' dumb mistake. Dumb mistake. To make proxies go down. Like I need to upgrade my system. You would have easily paid for my system. New system plus. You know what? He gets this right here. But we're going into year 3, and I ought to do a video on this. This is crazy, okay? Bear in mind, he doesn't understand. The average age of a Magic player is 30 years old. Not good for growth of the game. Long term. And they do surveys. Oh, and before I look this up, I want to bring this up. And so someone doesn't. Okay. Do you see this? He went to the first. I'm going to just look up something else. You know what? If I use ad blocker, I use it because. Ugh. I hate this. Sometimes. I said 22. They have had 2 downgrades in the last year. 22 to 23. Okay? They laid off 10% of their workforce. This is what man doesn't know his own crap. I mean, I have even wanted to change what I do. But I have to dump my entire stock to get out of this. Right here. This look, it irritates me. Because even... Here we are. This irritates me. Would someone... Okay, this was in November. Okay? Right. Remember I said it was downgrade? This particular article. Hasbro stock is down 44% year to date. So this right here was glorified proxies that got dumped into a landfill. And by the way, the typical back price has not been $5. They were downgraded. When was that? In 22. Early 23. Right? Downgraded the rating to underbuy. Now, if you don't think this impacts the hobby, it does. 11 months ago, a year, two distinct quarters. And we're not talking due to toys. And there's a whole debate there. Does Star Wars and that is it meant to be soul toys? But part of this is irritates the hell out of me is this. Is you can look at this. They are in line to basically, now they're telling us to dilute the value of cards. You don't need to make 30,000 new damn cards every year. The reprint equity in Magic is dying. Trust me, I know. I showed it. Good for getting certain cards, bad overall. Moody's downgraded them in 2019. So let me think this. Fuck it. We get this part over with before I fucking rage. That's why I unsubbed from him. That's actually when I unsubbed. And he's about to contradict his statement right here. This is part of the clip. She comes in about 102. First part. Oh. Well, he's turned this channel into niche. His old viewers were not responded. Oh, fun fact, she's a confirmed Swiftie. To be fair, it makes my eyes roll. She thinks, if she comes in, she thinks conservatives hate Taylor Swift. Who gives a F? She thought that was an own. No one cares about Taylor Swift. The age of celebrity is dead. I mean, I don't. She's a reference marker, but she thinks that's an own. Now, she's tied to his brand now. Okay. I want you to understand what she is about to say. This was directed towards me. And I want you to look at the look on that face. He's turning away from the camera. Mm-hmm. She has been working in there for 10 years. So she's been working in game stores since she's 17. Okay. All right. She has come in post Magic the 20th anniversary. Now, hypothetically, right? 10 years. So she has been there for 10 years. Never once does she reference Magic. Never once. She was a tourist. And it reminds me. What is that? 24? So about 2014. So nearly 10 years. So she came into the game around Journey in the Nyx, Born of the Gods, right when they started FTV, dual deck anthologies. Well, I guess that about 2014. Jesus, that is so long ago. Makes me feel old. If I asked her the sets she came in, and she has dealt directly with Hasbro, and she has dealt with the sales, I have a hard disagreement. Do you understand that? A hard disagreement. Pre-COVID marketing, I was in stores. The UK is a byproduct. I remember when Europe, Magic was largely a American thing because overseas only had 3 to 5 languages because they considered it mostly gambling. Should have tagged her, knowing her. When she says, I don't know my own craft. I used to when I started selling cards, went from playing to selling more. I could get boxes for 80 or 90. Okay? Then they threw the MSRP out the window eventually. Now, fun math, by the way. Fun math. Let's do fun math here a second. So you know what I'm fucking talking about. Let's just do this. Fun damn math. Okay? Let's do fun. Hypothetically. Boxes. The last boxes of Phyrexia All Will Be One cost me $140 each. I used to pay in cash. Now, hypothetically, let's say a box, pre-orders, best I could get, unless last I checked. I guess, what is it? Times, let's say, what did I forget? The percentages. Let's say 20% markup. People wholesale lose their ass. You're looking at a 20 to 25% markup. Okay? 20 markup from when you see it on a pallet. Because I have to buy secondhand from a store. I asked what was the best for Lord of the Rings, and it was almost $180 a box. $180. $150 or $160. I think maybe $150 I could have got it for. $150. That's if I bought 3. I asked what the collector's editions were. Collector's editions were costing him $180 a box. $150 to $180. And Amazon's not much cheaper. And he sold boxes at $250. $240, $250. Yeah. I don't know what I'm talking about. During COVID, started I think when they went back to Theros Beyond Death. I invested in cards that I could buy and sell. The sets weren't buying. They weren't worth buying. I think it's still hit or miss. There was no scene. God for sakes, I still spend nearly $100 a month. That's on my own. A month. I'm probably going to have to buy what is it? A couple of those things I said earlier in the stream. If they're still there. Because those are on my list and I have decks for them. I have commander decks that are absolutely $1,000. I have modern decks that are $1,000. What does this woman have? 10 years in experience. Literally. I was a grinder. And trust me, I could still do it. I keep up with the game. It's insulting. And I grew up in game stores. I am friends with game store owners. And I live in one of the biggest areas where we get conventions a year, including Warhammer 40K. Insulting. She hasn't sold. And I challenge her to that. I challenge her to that. To know what the fucking market she did in was. I want to know her difference when she does. What is TCG mid? What's the market of the buy rate to the sell rate? And how well has that market been in the last 2 years? Let me show you something. And I'm going to go ahead, right? Look, Dragon is a deck unto itself. There's still cards that are high, and ugh, I, I have the money for them. So these are actual, right? Let me say, the reserve list was untouchable for many years. Okay? So let's assume rebalance. So around 21, I was about to dump this. It reached the buy list, reached almost. Fuck, what was it? The buy list on the card was almost 80 or 90. Look at the buy list now. Now, right here, for near mint. Now, let's go here. Jesus. I don't even want to know when I go to sell them. Okay? I don't want to know. Let me see. Okay. I have these. I have some of these. You see this price? Did she know about this? Did she know about this? These were at 200 at one point. You know what? And if I ever had to offload these, I have a stack that was almost $2,000. No. I want to make a point, and I might change this up in Tagger. That stack hurts to look at. There was a time these were cheap. They're not cheap. Ugh. Bad on my blood pressure. He's a playtester, that's why. Hmm. I want you to look at his body language. Oof. I know that was in reference to me. Now, as much as I have, that is infuriating. This is a community. You recognize names. Ugh, she's special. She is absolutely special. Let me prepare you. You see her second appearance. I say fuck it after that point. Okay, from what I know of her, she worked in a shop in the UK, which is in London. London saw a huge growth. But as far as Magic European Championships, it was a smaller area because it's harder for them to get cards. Because there was a period that even in Asia, the Japanese, until Ikoria, I think Ikoria was the first set to receive Japanese printing in almost years. Korean at one point was cut off. The first set for Russians was 9th edition. It was 9th edition. So German, French, English, and Italian were a lot of the major cards. Now, you see Spanish, you see that. Like I have older Korean cards. Used to be the premium stock. Yeah, I know about the state of that. I knew how small Europe was. Their competitive scene is very different. I mean, you can look it up if you can find anything left on it. Very, very small section. We are talking like these things are, when you were talking regional, it is a very, very weird, because countries don't allow it. Okay? These were a lot. Germany, that, etc., etc. Right? You can go look up events. What were the qualifiers for Europe? I remember this because a lot of it, what we called GPs back in the day. You ever notice this? This goes back to 2015. Here, right here. This was the state of the game. They had to travel to Europe. Central Europe. Hey, Georgie, do you know this? Don't you? Georgie, you don't know this, do you? It's not even economy. They consider the game gambling. I mean, you see Paris, you sometimes see Berlin. Trust me, I have some of the mats. I used to collect these mats. Now, largely enough, they're regional. I don't even know the state of the regional qualifiers. They were smaller. Literally smaller. Yeah. Prague, Copenhagen, Amsterdam. These things were, what is it? Let's go even further, more niche. Let's go Pro Tour. Let's go to Pro Tour. You want to see how niche this crap was? Would you like to know? Here you go. Where do you see Europe? This was all online. Barcelona, Spain, Amsterdam. Pioneer and that. So they announced Chicago. That's traveling. That's way too far for me. Plus, even then, it's testing index. London, Mythic Championship, right? It was before, like pre-COVID was here. Spain, Belgium, Brussels. Yeah. And Brussels. Japan was always a big spot, but they didn't have their own. Fucking dumbasses. But international shipping murders me. This. That. That's where drama bites you in the ass now, doesn't it? Hmm. Hmm. Look at the look on his face. And her body language. Uh-huh. Exactly. Good. Sounds good so far. And the mic drop. By the way, did you catch that? Again, I love it. People can never say my name. Matt. Fuck off. But I guess it's British. It's so annoying. It is painful. Look, I'm familiar with the language. I'm familiar with the business. I'm familiar with this. Very rare. As I said, I have been subscribed to him prior to this for 5+ years. Okay? 5 years. Now, he was a lot less subs. I want you to look before I get into the shit show that was Twitter. Okay? You know, look, you should have that option to be represented in your hobby. That's never been the statement. People forget the marketing. Who buys your product? Wizards is trying to redefine that. They think the vocal minority buy their stuff. That's like looking at Twitter and seeing if people with blue hair buy their comics more than one issue because you put a trans character in it. No. Just because you can make a character gay doesn't mean they buy that book beyond 2 issues. Green Allen, Scott, yeah, the Green Lantern issue recently. Even just some guy turned on it. They don't buy it. I saw Eric talk about buying it. I called Eric Debunks, right? Out. He says, oh, the Pride issue was so successful. I found all 6 variants with stacks in comics in my area. It wasn't sold out. Someone's lying. Screw with me in my hobby space. If you want to be gate kept, you will be gate kept. For years, I've tried to get my friends into magic. I've tried to get my hobby to grow. It wasn't growing differently it was not. Literally, it wasn't. The resurgence of Pokemon people were people who played it and maybe kids. And the kids buy it for the artwork. They don't buy it for the game. Half the people I know that still play Yu-Gi-Oh! They played it because it was that childhood game. They're not coming into it. Mikey had that defeated look. You can look at this timestamp. I mean, I need to remind myself to tag that stupid person. You. Like, there's a guy, and I'm going to have to dig it up on an alt account. I fucking pulled it. Because my one account was blocked. Now, you wonder why this is a different window. There were 18 comments. This man was nuking his comment section so hard. I can tell you where. Let me see. No. Look. 55 comments. He gave up. Now, this guy right here, you'll see this statement. Watch this statement right here. Now, I'm going to do something. I'm bringing up something. Second. Here. I was fucking present something. An image. An image. Bring up an image. Okay? I'm going to get into this man. This absolute fucking child. This absolute fucking child. Okay? This absolute child. You'll see this child in a minute. This child. And I'll address him very shortly. There's this child. This child. People see this? This is my day. This was what I was doing. Okay? Where do you see this person's bad, stupid argument? There's a child here. Okay? This child. Right here. Because this guy has an anime figure, Vincent. He's called a lolly by a man with a JPEG of a Space Marine. And a Dark Angel at that, which are usually very puritanical. This, right here, I've posted my face many times. Maybe it's because you don't want to be called a lolly. Okay? Yes. And he lives in San Francisco, by the way, so I'm assuming. And he supposedly is a partner. Now, my thing is, I'm here ratioing him because it's funny. So I go, oh, you have a image of a Space Marine. Do you jerk it to 40K, Rule 34? Now, don't get mad. This is your own logic. Hey, thank you. Shout out to Miss Sparkles. Now I see my partner every day. It's not quite the same, champ. You know it. Oh, this guy has a whole lore, by the way, when I dug into him. Because he asked me to. Also, I don't post it children sexualized on my timeline, whereas every single lolly enthusiast does. Why are you defending them? No. Sure you do. See, this was me doing surface level to make him uncomfortable. Because it's funny. Establish the baseline. Welcome to Twitter. Wish you the best, though. It's the same analogy flipped on you. Strangely enough, strong, conservative, straight-edge people like yourself harbor straight secret kinks. Mostly straight. Now, this is all has to be our timeline, by the way. Painstakingly. I think I spent like 3 hours. I spent time yesterday. This is him. I want to say this is Decal. It has to be him. All things considered, work quite well. So he says he works 6 figures. Has a partner, right? Well, you go, you think I'm conservative? You did no digging into anything I ever posted. I'm not far from conservative or straight edge. By straight edge, I just mean straight. Usually people who are conservative have highly skeletons in their closet. Usually fetishes, they don't like to complain. It's very funny. It's very telling. It's usually what I find. Well, you do realize I was making surface level jokes and memes, right? You're triggered by this. Didn't say I took a deep dive. You're the very definition of a leftist, leftoid progressive that can't understand humor or meme. You're 300 plus pounds and such at Bad, I should have said, at Magic and 40k, judging by your decks and army. By army and decks. Since you invited a further deep dive, my soft snowflake, I'll accept. Because he said I didn't look into it. Fully understand him. My lowest powered EDH deck could wipe you out with a 60 to 70% win rate. God bless synergy, overtuning with redundancy. I hate autocorrect on phone. I really fucking do. What was this? This was like in the morning. My 40k army could table you and lock you out of winning. Turn 1 or 2, if not just admit. Adjust and win. He plays Death Watch and Dark Angels. Good luck trying to get something when I can dump 100 shots on a turn. Roll that many saves. But I digress. Entirely, I digress. Okay. So, Lone Samurai is one of his main supporters, by the way. The Mikey supporters. Now, she's cool, by the way. She's really neat, by the way. Probably like a mother or husband. She never does anything dumb. She doesn't say anything stupid. She still has time to hobby. Looks like she collects orcs and, you know. She's pretty cool, by the way. You never see her do anything stupid. Ever. Ever do that. You never see this. Oh, by the way, Krieg. Like, imagine. You know the deathcore of Krieg? By the way, this imagery. You see this imagery? What does a deathcore of Krieg look like? The gas mask, that. Prussian, right? Nazi imagery, correct? Prussian soldiers, right? Imagine this. Literally imagine this. Think about something Vincent before. Deathcore Krieg, right? They're literally modeled after Prussian and German soldiers from World War II. One, and some of them look like their marshals look like Nazi officials. Unironically. Now, let's get into Mikey and his tweets, by the way. Mikey and his tweets. The whole Twitter chain is ass. This Twitter chain is awful. And I'm not going to go in. We're going to, go deal with this. This is bad. Literally bad. You see this? Right here? Right here. All right. This is not the chain, the big chain. The big chain is this, right? Now, realistically, this is insane. A man is beaten. Now, this is a big one. Of course, Caliber was here. Interesting. Okay. He says Purifier Azrael. Right here. This whole chain right here shows how mature. He called this a good article. Now, Goobertown Hobbies is an interesting guy. Notable leftist, but he's mostly an artist, not a player. And he's here breaking down all day. So this is him trying to win Twitter points. Now, I'm sure I deep dive into this. It's because he had another thread, unironically, where he got owned. This is more interesting right here because Twitter culture. Now, the thread 2 here is weird. Now, all of these people, and I'm pretty sure, right? Yeah, she's a trick, by the way. See, he thinks that he's the gatekeeper to his hobby. He is trying to say, what's funny is he goes to that one anime guy because a lot of that comes from another, right? He basically had like, probably delayed. Oh, by the way, they never have female representation. Who is this? Valkyra from Warhammer Fantasy. Do you understand? Show your face, little bro. Not knowing crazy people dox you as you show your face. Like Tony. Okay? Tony, bad at business, turns around and looks up LG's LLC. Okay? So I wonder if he deleted this entire thread already. It's probably too much. See, this is a really pretty model, by the way. Right here. Very expensive model. Fulgrim Ascended. We'll see when Fulgrim gets his model in 40K. If he's any worse, it's good. See, you know what's funny? That Caliber guy, he lives in San Francisco. I probably would just dominate him utterly. Because I don't think he could beat my Atraxa deck. See, like this? He is like literally saying he doesn't understand you can reverse image search people. See, this is where it came from, by the way. So apparently this moved from another one. So this devolved into this. Now, Mikey is trying his best to hide this. And idiots think he's winning. He's losing this whole time. Because he exposed himself. Okay, this is a dude in his chat, by the way. 40K painter. I saw him, let's see, Doctor Who timeline. How does this fit? He's like, show his face. So does he show his face? Yes, he does. Will Smith, Tao. This is what they do. Honestly, what they do. Trust me, Magic Twitter is about as worse than this. Like, I'll be very honest. Magic Twitter is far worse and degenerated than this. Could ever be in anyone's dreams. Wildest damn dreams. Okay? Here's your problem. Jesus. So that's his kid. Yeah, of course. I mean, I hate to say it sometimes. Like, I don't have hope for the UK. Ever. You know? He's one of his top supporters. Unironically. It's very sad. I'm sure he's not the father of his own child. The bull's the father. I'm sure the bull's the father. See? That's the father of the child. He's too much of a simp. Mind I digress. Patrick Ball, I've seen in his chat. Mikey. Here, by the way. It's odd that people hide their... Is it odd people hide their identity? Or are you trying to make a show of propaganda? See, there are weirdos that will dox and stalk you in the era. You had your midwinter mini moment. This is how you're dealing with it. The midwinter mini moment is that moment I said with the bolt action video. That led to a decline. This is where he gave up. Is that he trying to respect the word, earn the respect of Sig Marxism. See, he doesn't respond to this whatsoever. The man was ratioed into oblivion. I think eventually he gave up. He actually gave up. People use anonymity to avoid consequences, usually spouting hatred. No. I would say if this was the internet and maybe 10 years ago, 15 years ago, we would show our faces. I've kept the same usernames in video games for years. Most of my good friends, at least. But I don't trust people in this modern era. People who know what I look like know what I look like. I don't trust my actual looks. It's not because I'm paranoid. I mean, to be fair, I don't think I'd ever do face cam. I never would. You're asking people to show their face? And I showed this to random people outside the community. He looked cucked. Even Dev, Short Fat Otaku, said he looked cucked. It's awful. It literally is awful. And this isn't a thing. This article is that bad. And I'll go over that article, at least the broad points of it. Wokeness is argued by inclusivity. The inclusive people become the new gatekeepers. Yes, because Star Wars is long dead. Doctor Who's numbers are bad. I'm going to binge watch the season. You know? Yeah, see, he tried to derail it. See, I think this is not him. I think his girlfriend took over. The man's north of 300 pounds. And this is depressing. He's missing the point, right? And there's another discussion. Pleasant Kenobi, right? The man got the lore wrong in the 40k magic deck he was given. He's not good at magic or 40k. Okay? Bad. So, like, he's trying to grift on an argument. Now, you can look at this. This man is not what he was. He has slipped. I'll see how long he sticks with it. But I don't see it. He's already having an identity crisis. You see, he's a competitive player. He's not a main. That's where your interests lie. You see, if that is your interest and where it lies, okay. Stupid. Literally dumb. Dumb. Yeah, of course, Kyle is streaming Fallout New Vegas. Oh boy. He's another fucking person. Honestly. Yeah, Kyle built up by Arch, but he went in the streaming direction and changed his crowd. His crowd's largely inner furries. The man's getting ratio. Let me show you. Find a son. Let me see. Pleasant Kenobi dealt with this man. 114. See, this dude is cringe. Right? Oh, yeah. I was telling you they're printing a bunch of cards. Right here. This is pure cringe. The man acts like he cares about competitive, but he doesn't. Mm. See, what's funny about this deck right here is it's like, look at these thumbnails. Now, sometimes people agree with him right here, but product fatigue. Now, I will sometime say, uh, the man can barely play. Now, these get him some views, but he's not getting. He gets like 10%. To be fair, Cube, fine. I mean, okay, 5 years. There's a difference in his stuff. He doesn't do it. You know what's funny? Huh? Interesting. You know what? I should look that card up. I actually forgot that card existed. See, Arena's in trouble now, too, by the way. See, Edgar Markov, right? We thought it was going to be reprinted. It hasn't been reprinted. It's the other Eminence Commander. That's really popular. Now, so you see a lot of similarities. I see people come back. Now, he's like, he complains, but I don't take. Uh, so a lot of this is cringe. Like, he doesn't understand why Primeval Titan is good. These people are just terrible at the game. They are part of the same circle. I've seen them because he's an influencer. He gets at least Wizards products, to my knowledge. I don't know about GW. I don't know if he has that yet. Yet is the key. Yet. I know well enough Wizards sends him stuff. But yeah, it's really bad because the man's an idiot. Like, see, the man outs himself. He has no qualms. Now, this article can be used as a bludgeon now. Let's circle back to this site. You know, they're talking social world change. See, far right foxes into the hen house. Mikey says it's satire. But he looks at the game from a competitive standpoint. Look at this. How dare you invoke stuff without Gamergate? Right here. Gamergate. Fucking hell. How many years has it been since Gamergate? Ruined an entire generation. Like, they quoted Sargon. Digital isolation. Like, this is a thing people don't understand. That, see, FSM comes about like every once or twice a year. It's bothersome. It's tiresome. They're like, we refuse to comment. They've put it into lore. It's in every lore book with the Space Marine. It has nothing to do with Sargon. Sargon's been in the hobby for 30 years. He's a painter. I remember when Vosh tried to co-opt this. I mean, you could argue orcs or footballers. Or football hooligans. I've heard that argument. It's funny. It's because the world wants to. Warhammer is for everybody. Except you. This was a mask-off moment. But they walked this back. So I find myself walking back. I mean, half the game is stupid. Like these models, supposedly. Like, it doesn't make sense. Every other faction has... See, this site's like Kotaku. I mean, but this article is literally just what I say it is. You can read it. A lot of context gets missed. It will never happen. I mean, Sig Marxism. Like, Morgan was like, well, it's like people groups. These people exist. They're 1 in a goddamn million. Should it redefine an entire hobby? Because we know what the activists will do when you get into a hobby. See, I don't care who my opponents are in Magic, as long as you're not a dickhead. If you make the game insufferable, I'll make it back for you. You fight passive aggression with passive aggression. That's what separates casual Magic from competitive Magic. Like, I quote Sig Marxism. Sig Marxism, right? It's done a little bit, right? Like, they unironically do this. That's actually kind of cool. Oh, God, those are so expensive, though. It's probably an old model, though. Sig Marxism, right? This is what they do. Mutilate the hobby, right? Sometimes you'll find what the hot posts are. I mean, I'm sure, like, if you look at the model, See, Old World's kind of cool, by the way. It's Warhammer Fantasy, but a lot of my money got like some of this is like I heard someone say, what was it? Someone's in Mikey's chat said, see, that's a really cool paint job, by the way. It's not easy either. See right here? Xenophobic or whatever. Yes. Marxism is not the demon it used to be. Oh, someone did this. No, really, it's you can look at this. These people do. So they go, oh, but I'm going to plant a pride flag on everything. Of course, the joke is exactly right here. So you could literally, like, those are rare models. Because if those are what I think they are. Warhammer Heroes is a very interesting thing. They're pretty much, this is Sig Marxism. They were responsible for doxing. Let me see. You want to ever see something funny? Here you go. You go back 3 years. Here you are. I'm sure this still exists. Doxed a man. This is really old videos. Right? 4 years. These people. So, if anyone deals with Sargon, they're fascist. So, you remember what I said? Right here? It's stupid. Norn Queen Alexa, by the way, tried to dox him. And Arch, to this day, still sits on DMs that would make her look bad. So the idea, right? This has been a thing. This is something that Sig Marxism has existed for a while. Like, these people it's been a known secret in the community for a while. It's actually what you think it is. It's when the fascist people, and see, Mikey is about one step away. Unfortunately, I probably won't watch him get that far. A lot of people did. I'm assuming that group branched out because it's rather crazy. When I'm after Sig Marxism, this is what it is. Sig Marxism supported doxing Arch in Sargon years ago. I mean, they went and cleaned a lot of this up. Now they're just trans people and Slanesh people. But God only knows now. These people are like, yeah, see, this is 1 year ago. Other of them are pretty decent. The memes are okay as well. Okay? Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, so the guy posts mature stuff. The dude literally, how do you put this? the idea, right, is I just seen it, right? The hobby space itself is, I mean, Reddit is its own problem at this point, one could say. I hate this. Don't punch, don't punch left. Hold on. Oh, transphobia, ableism, don't punch left. They got called out, right? Yeah, you see, they had a whole bunch of stuff. See, Sig Marxism used to be worse. So this community branched out a lot back in the day. It used to be worse. Yo, no, yes. See, here's what's funny. Uh, oh yeah, this is what's funny when this comes up. Tascam Lib. I should see what her channel's up to these days. I'm kind of curious. I'm really curious at this point. She used to be a supporter of Arch, and apparently there's a whole whole have bad history between the two. Let's see. There you are. Yeah. She's living in Iceland now, though. Some used to argue she was trans years ago. She had like 50,000 subs. Of course, she's a sister player. What did I say? She's happily living in Iceland. She led to an NDA docs of another creator during the NDA drama. Curious. She was actually in the space, by the way. Okay. You don't own like this much stuff, and you're not like into it. Like, she was a gamer girl. Like, legit. This is what a gamer girl looks like. Should tell Georgie this. Right? We're talking. Jesus, I would just be just her bikes. I can only like her. Hold on. Very goth. She's a former goth girl, by the way. Like, painter. This is what a. Heresy. Some of those are weird. Very old. Oh, she does Dark Angels. That's debatable. But she customizes her models. See, her. Okay, fun fact. It's part of the reason I hate this hobby. So, some of the dreadnoughts, right? Some of the dreadnoughts got moved to Legends. So, how do you invest in a hobby that half your army and maybe years of models get invalidated? See, pro tip, I had a Chaos army and then just generic Imperial. I think I sold off at least what I could, or at least debating on just selling off the rest at some point. I sold. It's just like, if you're not playing with it, then why? But she's also a Slanesh player. So a lot of this is, if you look at a creator in their space, I mean, I'm pretty sure, I'm surprised she has, but it took a long time for her to get her numbers back up. I mean, but I'm pretty sure by now people forgot about what she did. Okay? I'm pretty sure it's been years. But I'll still never watch her again. You know? But she doesn't have a store in Iceland. See, she was considered like someone doxed her, harassed her, then she moved up. See, actual creators that are in the same space as people. What's weird is a lot of them dropped off. See, mini wargaming. They're both lore players as well as competitive players, but they don't. Right? Canadians, by the way. How they got away with this, I don't know. All right. Look, NDAs, copyrights, they've in a way scaled back their own. He's actually really cool. Like, he used to deal with them. Now, the thing with influencers, right? What's funny is they're both devout Mormons. You don't think about that. But they're really fun battle reports. You know? They finally, heresy. So, great place. They actually are families. Legion Imperialis is kind of cool, but that's just epic. Too many systems. I mean, they used to do AOS. They kept back. You don't ever see anything politically out of them. Ever. Luca, who is here, used to actually be a Magic player. Now, Normally, in Magic, I have dealt with a lot of people. Like, just say I respect. Look, this man is a clown. Okay? This man is a legit clown. I hate the quartering, but I can tolerate him. I can tolerate this guy in small doses. This universe, they really coming out of a... Oh no, never mind. It's very stupid. It can't be done. What did I state before? It can't be done. Yeah? Let me show you one reason why. So, here's how they would actually have to do it. So, they can't actually reprint. I might actually have to look at this because the bloodthirsters are cheaper. Let me show you something. Okay, let me see. Bloodthirster, right? Here's why they can't do it. When I say they cannot be reprinted. One reason. Now, the thing about this is, do you see this at the bottom? Right here? Right here. These were done in 22. All right? Just so you get the idea. Games Workshop retains that. Now, let me see. Most people familiar with Stranger Things. Okay? Stranger Things. They've reprinted the Walking Dead cards. Okay? Just so you get the idea. All right? Now, these are the original Stranger Things cards. Right here. The original. All right? The Mind Flayer. Here's how they would have to reprint them. I want the original ones. I so do. They're so cool. By all means. I want one of these, and I've been on the hunt for one of these for years. They have to reprint them like this. This is how they have to reprint them. And this is why I will be buying the Fallout, at least the Commander decks. Because you can't reprint them. These are unreprintable. And only a person who has been in the game forever knows this. The Street Fighter cards got reprinted too. Which is funny. They got reprinted. See, these are like the original, right? Douse them. These are the secret layer. Okay. These have all been subtly reprinted. Okay. I can't do otherwise. See? Because I can't use the artwork. I can't use the name. It's actually kind of sad, really. There's your Chen Li. See, and Georgie said I don't know my cards. Stupid. Very dumb. This is what's his name? Right there. The wrestler. But secret layers are their own issue. Okay? It's just what it is. They're their own. That's a separate. They've been costing Wizards money. Pretty much now they're going to be group printing. Let's see. They've done this a couple of times. This is probably SDD printing. These are really expensive, by the way. You can still find these, weirdly enough, here. But, like, this became hyper popular. I fully expect these to come back at some point. Interesting. See, crossovers like this is what they're able to reprint. As a side tangent. See, idiots don't know what they talk about. Trust me, this is about as expensive as the other. This is how they did the Godzilla cards. They just said, oh, we're going to use the artwork, but it's going to be this card. I mean, it's the state of the hobby, right? See these? These are the alternate cards. I do this a lot. You know? It's kind of cool, by the way. That would actually be really cool. Reminds me I need to buy one of these. Last I checked, they're still like $30. I used to have them. Well, no real cards, though. Someone did it. I mean, they're not cheap. But usually when you sell a card, sometimes they're usually still within money. Like, I don't care. Like, he's like talking about it like they would reprint it. I don't think it will. I mean, that's why the Fallout decks, the Fallout set is going to stay the way it is. This is what people who are outside of a hobby don't understand. Like, it's really weird, though. Like, and I know more of the drama of this stuff for a while. It breaks me. Say I used to play more, and I used to have a shop, I would go do it. COVID put a damper in that. I thought about getting back in about 10th edition. I maintained one army. I slacked off. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, but I'll be honest with you. My army's at least two, one chaos and the other. They don't have any rules. I gotta wait till the rules come out. Unless I play old. It's stupid. That's why I lost interest. That's why I went put into other stuff. But it comes down to a lot of these people are just losers in their space. Oh, didn't see you, Renown. Sorry. Thank you, Renown. See you, by the way. Sorry, I'm watching two screens. Sometimes I see chat, sometimes I don't. Not like I just ignored you. Really? Are they? Are they renowned? Hold on a sec. Why would EVS go on there? Heh, you look bad. You're bad. Seriously? Yeah, no, renowned. I have my own drama. Just bring back some man child and his fucking girlfriend. Jesus. Look, I hate dropping creators. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think EVS is done. Not EVS, but Eric is done with EVS. Like, I do it. I don't think, because my personal thoughts are on that. EVS is slowly losing his mind. Like, Dane was correct on him degrading. Or like something broke him, you know? Something broke him, you know? Like, I believe EVS, like, he even, see, he kicked off the whole Civil War thing. But I feel that, see, if EVS is the one who wanted to kick off that Civil War, but it's not working out for EVS. I mean, it's as I said to you, like, we both see it. Like, that's not helping EVS. Even EVS is realizing it's bad, right? Because he's getting the drunken peasants in there now. Everyone who hates Eric, and he is embracing what he hates. Now his thing on what is it? Hold on. Like, he's getting good views right now. I mean, Katie did, right? She actually said, well, I respect him as a man. Well, what does it say about Tony? Well, Jesus. Okay, that shot's fired. I should be really careful. Really, really. Like, we've all defended EVS for years, by the way. Hold on. Like, you have become what you hate. Like, look at his last videos. Trashcast, Comicsgate Kings. I guess he's actually talking about working on his work, going after that, going after Yellow Flash. He's trying to, his people try to get him to go after Eric. What does EVS expect to happen? Okay. EVS is descending now into, like, Okay, how to put it? See, the thing on Dillard's draws, since we're here talking about this, the idea Dillard's draws, he agreed to 40% of his. Might as well talk about this since I want to. He agreed to get 40% of the book. Flash agreed to pay him. But according to EVS and Tony and all of his people, he is starving him and gave him a do or die choice. But he did not accept money from EVS. Not EVS. No, EVS didn't even bother, by the way, to give Dillard money. Is that fucked up? Renell? Vincent? You want a moral grandstand, but you're not giving him money? You're telling him to give him work? Yellow Flash has offered to give him money, but he chooses not to. Yellow Flash chooses not to take the money. Right? He's not taking the money. Is that starving your artist? No. It's not. Dillard knows his financial situation. And I'm sure if it came to worse, Dillard would take it. But realistically, right? See, I had my own drama with this today I had to deal with. The man and his fucking girlfriend. Good luck. I mean, at one point, by the way, I'll say that on him. He wanted his channel to be like 30, 40. See, he was actually a 40K channel being covering 40K. Jesus. But the thing is, look, he's getting views, like 16,000 views. That's barely 10% of his audience. Here, 26. Oh, by the way, I want to show you the reason I found this. EVS eventually. Let's see something. Hold on. Like, they know. You know what's funny right now? They know. What have you here? Like, super chats, right? How I found out about it is. Here we are. If you catch this. Like, he knows at some point. Because I needed to go back and look this up because, for you, not just for your sake. By the way, see? You see there's old buddy? What is it? Oh, Snakes is in this chat? Dude, I cannot wait to see that man in Eric's chat again. Again. Like, half these people we've been dealing with are there. Like, let's see. I guess he kind of knows it's you. Like, oh, Snakes, right? Because if you look at this chat, were you in the one the other day when he... Yeah, now, weren't you in the chat the other day? When, Eric did the meme of falling over? You weren't there, were you? See, Jasper 9 plan, right? Actually, supposedly, he's an interesting one. Should bring this well here. Like, I mean, all due respect, Oh, ugh. It's like watching Cody's thing on this. See, he's allowing. See, the thing about it is, right? Oh God, I'll just leave this at normal speed and hopefully, fucking hell, it'll come back. Like, if you look what's in this chat right now, Renowned, what does this look like? He's become the intersection for the avatar that hates Eric July. Where do you see a lot of these names from? Drunken Peasants, Tony's Audience. And I don't think EVS knows how to handle this. Like, he doesn't. And he does not know what he's gotten himself into. Like, he's like, well, look at this. This is my thing. Like, Riley drops money in on him. $50. He's dropping the money and all sorts. This is a weird thing. Because didn't we say he's going crazy? I may have to look at the timestamp about where the one I sent. If I sent it to you. Hold on. Yes, I'll cheat. I will happily cheat. I will happily cheat. I know I had to go back and look at it. Granted, it was a 2-hour stupid stream. But did he do that? I may be in the wrong stream. Ha! I'm in the wrong stream. I am in the wrong damn stream. Very unprofessional of me. Very unprofessional. Very bad. You know what's funny? That's my bad. I was in the wrong one. I don't know. It may have been. And it's been 14 degrees here. Look. I want you to show this right here. Yeah, it's in this one. Okay. How did he know about her? By the way. Sheshrin showed up right here. What is this? She was proud to be blocked by Yellow Flash. See, it's interesting Matt Barr walked this back. I have it muted. I do have it muted because I'm trying to find something. I'm not trying to play the audio. I'm trying to search for something. So, you remember Kate? Like, she apparently, like, he's using assets around him to get at his enemies. This is a problem. Yeah, no, my audio is muted. The audio is it. Because I'm trying to find that thing. But Yeah, so I'm trying to find the thing. But he knows it's kind of you and not you, but he plays it off as a joke because when I sent that to you, Drunken Peasants was also in that chat. Ugh. I was trying to watch this yesterday. See, if you look at who's in this chat, right? It was this stream. Or was it the other day? This is an interesting quote, by the way. Yes. No transcript yet. See, he embraces the. I knew it was here. Yeah. What did I tell you, Renown? Right there, 14-minute mark if you never need it. 14:07. Ugh. There you are. See, look at the face. Does he know it's fake? But he plays into it and he reads them every single time. I know. I've watched his stuff. Don't you think he knows it? Meh. Uh, you started it. Finish it. You started it. Finish it. Pure and simple, you asshole. Do you know about that? Renown? Black Conservative podcast. What the hell is that one? See, I tried pulling my head because I've been doing other things the last few days. This is why I also hate it. EVS. Now that's an A for effort on name. He went on the Black Conservative podcast? No, I wonder where that was. I really wonder where that was. By the way, I have a question. Remember now, didn't Katie did say if she says she respects EVS for calling someone out by names, what does she think of EVS doing stuff in code? Oof. Would that be painful? I shouldn't say that. That would be calling her a stupid hypocrite, wouldn't she? She thinks EVS is a real man. I usually call him a teenager. Never grew up. But legit, I think something bad happened to him and he never got over it. It's just not how. He doesn't know what he has stepped into. Because they're trying to turn him, the same avatar force that created Tony, is trying to create EVS. You get my point, though, now? Remember I said there's the avatar that moves, that goes against Eric July? It's gone from Tony. Now it's gone to EVS. If he embraces it. Oh, he's a black conservative, all right. If you want to clip this up like EVS look like a dipshit, please do. I'll send you the timestamp. I'll send you the clip. I know you don't like going for 2-hour videos. I do this. Like you. I'm sure EVS isn't talking about you. Well, that's like a. Texas Mofo actually hangs out Eric's chat too. By the way, see, does EVS realize how much crossover he has? He doesn't realize it, does he? See, my specialty is spheres. Okay. I still want to know what broke Chris Bacon. Eat me. Ugh. See, he doesn't. Ugh. It gets into the meat of it all. Okay, Renown. Question. Did he know about this or did he set on this? Do you think he knew about this or did he sit on this? What's your verdict? I think he knew about this, personally. I think EVS knew about this and used it to get at Yellow Flash. Say, me too. Exactly. I think he was waiting. Because I go back to my actual theory. Why it's this way. You know? He set on it. Let's see what he says. By the way, did you get that tweet that he confirmed everything Yellow Flash said was true? He's refused the money? Or did you put that in your video? That's what I would have done if I were you. Ew. Let's see. Weird people. Fortunately, you can't. There's no transcript for this. Diller Draw has basically said everything Yellow Flash said was true. If I find it, I'll have to send it to you. He confirmed, but it's going to be interesting. I mean, let's be clear. We, I mean, and I also stand by the statement that he's become, let me see. Because they're all trying to get on him. See, that's weird because he did say it. And I don't know where it is, but it was said. So how could, if that's true, EVS he gets caught lying? I mean, that's some bullshit if that's true. Like, Because you agree that's kind of bullshit. Oh boy. They got the poster for the season. Oh no. They got the poster for season 2 of Halo. That's awful. That is awful. I have to say I can. Very dumb. Yeah, but it's a thing though. I'll have to see if I can find it and send it to you. It's pretty funny, by the way. Because it's questionable. Well, let's go out of curiosity. Is that a thumbnail? So you know what's funny? I'll say this too. See what your thoughts are on this for now. What is your thoughts on what is it? Shit. The Discord shots. I think that actually was EVS. EVS is boomer enough to actually because he getting to oh boy. Oh boy. Does he have he should be having a stream tonight. Why does he use these stupid thumbnails? Murder me whole. They're awful. They're awful. You know what's funny? 3 sides. Who's winning? You see this? Does EVS know Tony is going to use this as a spin to... Oh, by the way, you should say it about Frogboy. Frogboy only got 115 views with him watching play his little shitty indie game. But to be fair, I mean, that's not even 10%. But I don't stream my own things. This title right here. This is what I predicted. Third parties are basically going to start using him. And he's going to try to spin the narrative as well. It's a little weird at this point. I don't get it. I hate being right. Who? Tony? Sorry, I'm on delay. See, I wonder how this section of the drama is going to play out. I think EVS knows that we all know who's going to be here tonight. We all know the names. TJ Laser. Richard Embry with his volleyball head. Sorry, it's basketball head. His one female representation. See, that reminds me, I need to pull up the cancer that is Katie Did's channel. She's fat, by the way. Good headshot, by the way. Do you know what she rebranded her fan fiction channel, by the way? See, this is the female Tony, by the way. See, this is a female Tony. So if Tony was more whatever, 21 views. So whose side is she on? Whose side is she? Oh, that's right. Oh, I'm sorry. She hasn't bashed EVS yet. Let's see what the comments are. No comments. No interaction. This is the. Oh, I know that clip. Oh, I know that one. Oh, yes. Was that before or after EVS is trying to cover up that the other? Oh, this is the more funnier to remember. She says she. You know, in the winter, I'm guessing when she's not a hair. Let me say this. You know what's funny? When she's not, she's probably all other times of the year she just legitimately cuts hair. But she also probably does moonshine on the side. See, if Eric July is a beta male, what does she think of the father of her kids? Ponder this a second. Is he a beta male? Or is she like wears the pants in the relationship? By the way, you can just that. This up for me. Because I'm the one who coined her Moonshine Princess. She at least has an intro. Hmm. Have you never seen her? Look a picture of her. She's probably about my age, believe it or not. To be fair, she's probably in her mid 30s to late 30s. Because her kids still school? Oh. 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 She's broke. So why is she backing EVS? She's like a female version. See, I suspect, hypothetical. She's probably in her mid 30s. Because if her kid is still going to elementary school or middle school, kid is at least 10 years old. 10, 12? Maybe. Maybe. See, oh, this was pre her being blocked. Okay, let me say this. I don't disrespect you, Yellow Flash. I respect Yellow Flash's craft. But Chud culture war content gets old after a while. I call it culture war content. Same damn thumbnails, same anything. I think even you, Renowned, would agree. Fuck, what's something you want to watch? It's stupid. Yellow Flash embraced the. It's like almost every thumbnail I see from him, either that or comes from another person. I don't care that Disney's failing. We've said it 1,000 times, but he can play the algorithm. That's fine. But he has to get bait in. But he also streams and does shit every single other time that I have stuff done. Let me see. This is the one. Just like toning, because you have the attention span. Let me see if there's. Oh, thank God there's a transcript. Thank God there's a goddamn transcript. Let me see. Good boy. Yes, Renowned. This is how. Why? I'm sure that's not clickbait. Yes, that is a grunt. 23. Oh. He just wishes he got that. 2,300 subs because everyone likes watching a train wreck. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta hear this heroic battles. It's pretty funny. Oh, it's so funny. She was like, I like EVS because he's a real man. So what do you think of the father of your child? Jesus. It's okay, honey. Jesus. Nah, I am not doing it. Sorry, I'm trying to do whatever. I gotta find the quote. Apologize. Yeah. It's because it's probably paused. See, I don't know. Delays. There's a delay, though. See, she's weighing into weird things, isn't she? Okay, hypothetically, do you believe anything that Vicky Verse says? I firmly believe this right here was real. I do believe it's real. Like, he knew about the Discord. He can just play it off that he's a boomer. No one believes Vicky Verse. But you believe Vicky Verse? I mean, Yellow Flash had Lofty on the other day. Let me see something. Or not address the drama in general. I gotta find that clip though. She says she likes real men. Good for you. How do you know those discords were fake? Let me see something. Suspected page rate. I gotta find it. This way I'm a little more prepared. I usually remember it. I'm not to that point that I feel like listening and cutting things. I hear it once and I usually remember it. But yeah, but if she likes real men, why does she hang with Tony? Jesus. See, Renowned, isn't that funny? It makes you a self-hating hypocrite. I mean, I'm sure there's enough testosterone to feel one man on Tony's show. Oof. So I hate transcripts. See, she's also thinking. Oh, I just want to see this if she does. Out of curiosity. You can explain as that a way's a boomer excuse. I know that's a lie. That's a boomer excuse. I mean, hell, Sargon's a boomer. He isn't that stupid. Nothing over here. Uh, Oh, she's a good one, bro. Oh, you're a conservative woman. Oh, God, this is where I would look at that. Oh, look at this. Hmm. Means you screw your cousin. Oh, that's a low blow. That's mean. I shouldn't do that. He's a she's the preacher's daughter who wanted to rebel. Oh, that hurts. She's the preacher's daughter. Ah. Oh, but she likes hanging around Tony. Okay, I respect that. Socially, I'm just a Christian. Doesn't mean I'm a Bible thumper. I'm not a fan, but it's if people want to. Do they think rights? Okay, let's hear this. Okay. Tony's claimed he's an ex-Catholic. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Let's say I give Cher Ginnerman. Okay. Mm-hmm. Sheshrin, correct me if I'm wrong. Not Sheshrin, but Renowned, if you're still here. Didn't he? Isn't rag on the beard of and hair of LG? And she says she hates Eric's beard. Hmm. I swear I've heard this before. No, I've heard this before. She says she doesn't hate anybody. Let's see. If she makes the mistake. See, I get if you're a Southern Baptist, you become more moderate Christian. All right. I've seen this analogy before. But you do the unjudgmental approach. Unless you're LG, Eric July, or Renowned Zero, where you call LG weird and you say he stalks you and you called him psychopathic. Is that because you're a white woman that saw a black man made statements? Oh, and the fact you lied that he stalked your Twitter and addressed you multiple times. Mm. She. Mm, mm. See, there's a lot to this. Like, she's interesting. She's trying to learn from Tony, July's EVs, and well, let's see. What started the night letter was the fact that yep. What started the night letter, and you can see what you're I disagree, was renowned was because EVS decided to leak DMs because Eric July did not like the fact he was going around saying stuff. Correct me if I'm wrong. And EVS leaked the backroom DMs. No one ever thought about that. Eric never fires the first shot, by the way. Now, I do think because of Rakita's relationship with Dick Masterson, Eric walked away. That's my personal theory. Because Eric doesn't want to work with people who are going to hate work with enemies or who attack him. That's probably why Flash blocked Camelot. Like supposedly Camelot got soft blocked by Eric for the reason because he had Dick Masterson on and was talking with him. Basically, it's guilt by association. Guilt by association. Ouch. It's awful. It's not bad. It's just EVS assume. Okay. How do you know better when the lines are blurred? Because you're a dumbass. That you embraced anti Eric July hate. He didn't know it was fake. Be thankful I'm not a big creator. If I were a bigger creator like Eric, and I could afford the clout, I would actually pop into Tony's stream and dunk on him. I would actually do that. I actually would do that. And I want to be there at the moment. I would love to see that moment when Eric actually pulls up to Tony's stream and what Tony would do. And I think Tony would literally shit his pants if Eric July pulled into his stream. Eric would never do that. He's a kinder gentleman than me. Very much kinder Texas gentleman than me. But what can I say? A lot nicer than I would be. See, this narrative is countered. Ugly. Oh, here we are. Here we are. Here's the clip I was looking for. Remember? Remember what I said? There. But he's starting to speak in cryptic language. What does she think about that? Here we are. This is exactly what I was looking for. EVS made a joke of Comicsgate. No. He ignores him. He ignores his chat. By the way, if it's not doesn't fill his narrative, he stops it. And she called him a real man. She called him a real man. Yeah. You know those kids have low testosterone. Oh, Lord. You know her husband has low testosterone. That's mean. Yeah, there it is. Last night. See, let's see what she says on the whole. Okay, so Gary's narrative. The narrative is he came on high on edibles and called them zeros. That's not how this started. No, I don't buy that one bit. He started making videos on all the FNT crew. And that's usually when this is a lot. But by the way, if she ever comes after you, you should use that clip where she talks about people being real men and what she likes in real men. Oh. There's other Goldies here. Here we are. Silly. Oh, she doesn't even transform her content. She's just using his. She learned that from Tony. She doesn't even know how to. So she's just EFAPing this. What low effort? Oh, she's just using his video. Flash didn't do that. They accuse him of talking behind a block. That's what Tony and them do. That's a lie. It's always weird, isn't it? You know what's funny though? I was looking at Jay Bama guy. He's a trip, by the way. See if we can recognize anyone down here. Black Angus reviews. Right here. Uh-huh. See, when EVS united and decided to go after FNT, is I think when Gary and them started to sour on EVS. But Gary's an interesting. Look at this. See, you don't get into the weeds with these people, but now I have. No one watches her. Okay, this looks like a real account. How old do you think this account is? Do people know how to spot a shit account whenever they see it? Look at the name. This is clearly a bot. Like, the guy just clearly created a YouTube account to talk shit. Oh, God, a gay bluegrass. So, you know Black Angus. We all know here. Generically, right? Just over. I have to point this out to you. If you ever have to deal with TJ Laser, I want to find his main account. Right here. His main account. This is an alt account. But you know what's funny? I caught him saying he doesn't want to be part of drama. Because he doesn't want that drama from Tony to actually carry over to him. And that came from Jay Wesker's thing. Because he doesn't want his main account known for being a drama account. Interesting, huh? But you hang with Tony 24/7. That doesn't make sense. Let me see. Oh, no. Shout out to Friends, by the way. Renowned if you ever watch them. He embraces this, though. It's awful. See, no one ever watches Black Mirror. This is the reason I can never get a hold of Grey. Ever. Talked about the creator. But my specialty is not movies, though. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, though. What is it? Guys, I'm pretty sure, right, that. See, this is going to be a doozy, though. I'm sure the prediction, because I'm sure all those brokies will back EVS. What kind of thumbnail is this? What is this shit? He turns on sub-only mode. Oh, Jesus. Oh, by the way, you want to go after Hold the Truth hostage? Go after Hold the Truth hostage, because he doesn't know what True Dark Set is. Oh, look! Look, down at the bottom. Richard Embry. Oh, aren't you excited? By the way, aren't you excited for his comic? Renown. Look at this. It's going to be great if it's this artwork. Oh, God. Hey, look. Here's your buddy Stray Beans. Makes Sturgis an LGM monster addicted to Mike from trans each his nipples. Milk. Oh, God. And didn't Stray Beans try to show you he was like some alpha male? And he looks like some beta? Oh, no. Like, this is supposedly his comic book, by the way. Jesus. I'd be here all day if that's the case. I do need to go get food. Yeah, but Renowned, if you ever need anything and I find it, just let me know. I usually try to send that to you. Oh! There is something more funny. I forgot that's tonight. Hey, did you see? Stray Beans was like, yeah, let's see. There was something I was going to... God, I forgot. Oh. To be fair, though, he is supposed to be Aussie. Aussies do like to cuss a lot. Let me see. Oh, here's something you can make fun of. Here you are. This is okay. Renown, you're not familiar with Blurred Without Fear. Blurred Without Fear is if you took. God, I really want to go out and get food, but I don't want to. It's 14 degrees. So, is this it? I wonder. I'll have to check that in a second. Is this it? I think I found it. Sorry. So, Blurred Without Fear is if Eric July was was a liberal, warm, far left. I respect the man. Man's himself. Comics, he's interesting. He basically is running with a narrative that Eric July is backed by Glenn Beck. Okay. The thing of the comic industry is dying is the rates are going down that people buy. I'm surprised I never heard you make this renowned. Why anime and manga is more popular is because it appeals to younger. Because some people grow up, let's say you grew up in the West on Batman, Superman, or comics. I guess I'm still of that generation that I know of both. But not everyone knows of fully of Marvel or DC. So they discover manga or anime first. Now, should it be lumped in with comics? For every good manga, there's probably about 500 bad. It's actually a good interview. So I get that. Digital release means you can have pirated copies. Okay. Digital release means you can have pirating go on. I don't know if that makes sense. If that makes sense to people. The thing is, it shocks people that they don't do digital releases. I can understand why. Because I don't know if you've seen all the people saying they found ISOM in a bargain bin already, which I don't think that's true. I think that's memes. But the thing is, they're not doing that, I guess. But one problem I have Blurred Without Fear is a Marvel consumer. He, like Dane rediscovered the Krakoa era. Love it or hate it, I have no faith in it at the end. Because the end of House of X is not going to be good. How do you stop piracy? Not true? No. You should also use, on a drink of crazy, Richard Embry said he's not losing money on his comic book. And he swears on it by offering it a bulk pack. If he ever comes after you. Okay, I have to laugh. You know, Kane is an idiot, but he is funny. He's funny sometimes. Then you realize he's stupid. So his claim is so he claimed he got Glenn back, right? Because say he claimed. I know it's here. So the talk with Eric July and these two was funny. Like he claims that see, you never knew about the whole talk between him and he. Okay, this is where he tells on himself. But set the stage a second. He tells on himself. This is why I say he's Eric July if Eric July was the other side. And let's not forget, Bob called him a race traitor. It says he hates black people. And attacked Eric's blackness, which Eric took great offense to, and everyone in the chat saw it. Shout out to Gray and anyone we can go over the old content, but it is hilariously bad. Bob didn't even know what a legacy character was. So this is a cell phone of his own. He was getting marching orders from Dane. But yeah, no, these guys accused him of. Huh. Yeah. Me neither. Well, me neither. I just hate when I disrespect the source material and I stop reading the book. But there's also this thing, as I say, Blurred as a consumer. Actually, is that even up still? I wonder if even. I don't even think that is there anymore. Yes, it is. Renown, you've never seen this, have you? He got trapped into this debate. This is his really. How long ago was this? 3 years. By the way, you ever remember they said he didn't do comics? Renown? You remember that? Use this screenshot. Every single time he says, no one says he didn't do comics. He doesn't know what comics are. This was Eric July before he did. Remind me, let me screenshot this and send this to you right now. Here, I'm about to send you, right? Here you go. Use this every single time they say he doesn't use his comics. He never owned comics. Use that. You see those long boxes in the background? He didn't get rid of them. He stopped reading comics around Ta-Nehisi Coates covered Intergalactic Wakanda. 2018, 2019. This was his old house. Or this was either his old streaming room before he got kicked out of it, by the way. He got. Yes. So one guy, apparently, and I just funny, this guy who trapped him in. By the way, there's Eric July's wife. You know what? He's an incel, remember? Yeah, see, this was his old streaming room. Very productive. But he admits he's not a debater, though. And they ran parallel to each other at the time. I miss the decorum of this time. I love his background, though. Yeah. He is a hobbyist. He used to be on a shelf. He should actually. There's LG. Wow. Look, it's a little G. 3 years. Wonder if LG remembers that. Huh. Huh. It's funny. You know what's funny? He said it was a yelling match. See, he said this was arguing, but you'll still see a lot of people. See, this is why when he talked to uh what is it? So when he talked to Dane, he forgot about what he said. Ernie definitely has become more radical over the years. The thing about this was 3 years ago. Oh, there we go. Too much. See? So, no, he doesn't. I'd call his comic generic. So, he said he was Cecil, right? Hold on. You see, Cecil's chat is turning. They're turning on Cecil because Cecil's apparently sided with Eric, and that's apparently the narrative now. You have a choice, Ethan. Hmm. Oh. This is a lot of show. Hurts my brain. God, this is cancer. So now his audience going to turn on Cecil now? Yes. It's awful. Oh, Jesus. Uh-huh. So where was EVS getting him support? So someone bought a couple of covers from him. That's not Comicsgate saving him. This is why he's disingenuous. I don't buy that. That's a narrative he wants to run with. Oh boy. Look. It's Tony. It's a minion from Tony's channel. Amoral Fats. No drunken peasants, surprisingly. I'm not going to sit here and cover this all, because this is awful. Too much pomp and circumstance. And plus, I'm hungry. Oh, by the way, the Ray movie's been supposedly canceled. This is like the 10th time I've seen this today. Oh, I bet you do. Jesus, as I said earlier. My God. I got my money tied up and I have to literally save money for a new computer. I am not going to be stuck. I have stuff I need to do, play, and I'm not able to. What's actually impacted my spending? My other hobbies. This is awful. Where do they come up with this? Correct me if I'm wrong, Renault. Where they come up with this? Look at these lies big. Like, they spew. He's a token of the blaze? What the hell? Yeah, I'm probably not going to cover that because this is a pain. I mean, that is painful as pain gets. Yes. Yeah. You know, I'm going to say this. If EVS thinks he's going to get ball or get money for this, like, he's going to get a lot of donations, right? He knows drama pays. Maybe this focus will get him to work on his book. All right? Maybe. Just maybe. It's fucked up. Yeah, so he collects just money in chats. No comment on that. He's deeply closeted. No, that's cruel. That's kind of cruel, though. That is cruel. I'm sure his comic is going to sell, though. I believe that his comic is going to sell. But you can have a wife, you can be bi, you can have a gay man crush. Come on. Okay, where did this narrative come from that Eric said he was going to defeat mainstream comics? That doesn't make sense. Dumb. Hopefully. Maybe. I'll get back to Genshin. I need to actually finish. I haven't done that today. Maybe. Nor the first part of the stream. I meant to only stream for 3 hours. But right now, I'll probably hit you up or whatever. If you ever need to. See, Texas Mofo hangs out. Only so much drama I can take in a day, a week. Especially if it's stupid. But a lot of these people are subtly politically active, though. Okay. Let's just sit here, so. EVS's chat's cancer, though. It's not good. It's bad. Good luck renown looking at it. It's awful. But I will catch you guys on that. And that's so. Oh, I'll figure out what I'm going to do. I came in with a different plan, though. But catch you later, though.